Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Last episode, we've successfully gotten an indictment, or well, actually no, I don't think it's an indictment, but
more information. We kind of forced the witness to we forced a new witness.
Yeah, Edgeworth indirectly saved Maya's life too. I wonder if he knows about the fact that Maya's in danger. He probably does.
He probably does.
Yeah, with his connection to Gumshoe and everything.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews.
She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her.
So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
See? She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hamaka. Or hakama.
Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it's really her?
Yes. She's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida.
But why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time the trial's over. It'll be all right. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Can do. Oh, Mia's here.
Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impa's missing suicide note, right?
Yes. Oh, hey, we got a diamond from Wolf, though. Finally have a chance to do this. Here you go. Thanks. Why didn't the notify? Oh, I'm streaming on the wrong channel. That's why. No, that's the wrong one too. I haven't used that one. Why do I even have that one? I should just delete it. Okay, there. Now we'll get our alerts.
Is there option to like refresh the notification?
Actually, now that you mention it, I think there is, but I cannot for the life of me remember how. So, Wolfo, I see that diamond. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Unfortunately, it did not go into the stream, but we see it. Thank you. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impa as her strength and reason to live. Yeesh. But then Miss Impa suddenly killed herself. I think this is only the second most brutal image we've seen in the game.
Yep.
First one being the guy who was impaled on that suit of armor.
Oh yeah, that was pretty bad too.
Oh, he sent us a second diamond. Here comes another. Hey, thank you.
Shine on, you crazy diamond, Wolfo.
It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have it hidden. Or thought to have hidden it.
Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder.
And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. Oh. Then I can imagine, like, the reason she killed him was because, oh, I shredded it.
That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about the relationship?
Was it Miss Oldbag?
Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issue regarding Miss Impa.
We got a third diamond from Wolfo. One more time, I'm back with a new diamond. Hey, thanks, dude. Oh. It was Edgeworth.
Could he be leading us to a trap?
That's not outside a reason for Edgeworth.
It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship.
And Jobu sent a diamond. Ah, what the hell. Thank you.
Don't let your guard down yet. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
All right. Gotta be very careful this time. Court will what's this? 2 ice creams and 6, 7 lemons.
No, 7, 8, 8.
Dear God, he's just dumping all his lemons. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrido's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engarde.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. And would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of gossip.
Caught in 4K, Mr. Judge.
Judge got caught in 4K. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of this rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that.
I am.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
Oh, that's me. Is it hot in here or me?
It could be her. You know, she's pretty hot.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well, then. Witness, please testify to the court. About what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. Hog face. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as the crime scene photo.
I'm just kind of ready to let that meme die.
You don't like Pog face?
I mean, like, Pog itself is still kind of a funny word, but Pog face has just gotten old to me. Okay, another diamond from Wolfo. Can't help it. Hey, you know what? I don't really have anything to say. Just thank you.
He's shining on like a crazy diamond, like Pink Floyd said. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
What?
You know, just the normal stuff. I find a dead body, so I'm gonna pour myself a glass of juice.
Okay. That's... What? Who pours a glass of...
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes, sadly, I don't remember. I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime.
And he sent seven ice creams and 4 lemons. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to mute that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Wolfo, but we don't need like 7 dings in a row. But thank you. Oh, and Joe, thank you for your 5 lemons.
And I disturbed the scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints of the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix.
The ice creams are still going.
Oh no.
Okay, now they're done.
She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing.
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial's over. Understand? Phoenix, I want you to get on top of her.
Understood,
Shit,
man!
I should not have said it like that.
Let's double check what we have in the court record. Okay, so we got the Nickel Samurai, glossy photo. Okay, we really don't need that. Press conference ticket. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Transceiver. I don't see us presenting that in court anytime soon, unless under a very special circumstance. Lotus camera, stolen the night of the murder. We already used this against Old Bag, so I doubt it's gonna do much. Magazine clipping, article from Tabloid Gossipland. Map of the Gatewater Hotel. Okay. We also have the empty guitar case with some water on top of it. There's
On top of the lid.
We got the wine glass. Found us. So the victim is filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Photo of Juan Corda's murder. Brutal. Okay, the Jammin' Ninja's button was ripped from his costume, is covered in Corda's blood, found in Engarde's Hakama. And then there's all this kind of evidence. Yeah, the suicide report, the attempted suicide. Okay, so this is her mentor. This is her.
Her attempted suicide.
Why is his autopsy report so far in here? Isn't this like normally the first thing we get? Weird.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh well. Oh, was it updated?
It probably was updated.
Can't remember all that well. Strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. There's victim's blood and Engarde's fingerprints in the grip Gatewater. Lotus photo. Okay.
That was of Andrews wearing the costume.
So that is all of our evidence. And what was Mr. Engarde doing at the time?
He was taking a nap.
Lazy bastard.
She looks like she's saying lazy bastard with that pose. He was worn out from his mini performance at the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Engarde did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? What are you?
Objection!
Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible subject with a subject, a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engarde's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
All right, you know what? You try to not fall asleep in English class, edgy boy.
I created English. That's what it just looked like.
Have no response. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press a little further, see what we can find.
Oh yeah, don't forget about that card. Remember how we found something, another card like that somewhere else?
Well, that's not in our court records, so
It's not in our court record, but remember.
I do remember the card, but
Maya found the card with the killer.
Unless Maya busts through the door, well, I don't think that card's gonna come up in the case anytime soon. Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
Sex. You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim?
Sorry, but I didn't have any intentions in mind at the time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
Let me double check that phrase real fast. I went to Juan's room. No evidence is gonna counter anything there. His dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock.
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
So Edgeworth has a type?
Edgeworth's like, hey, if assuming you're not convicted of murder, you want to go grab a bite after this?
Assuming you're not convicted of murder, what type of pickup line is that?
That's an Edgeworth pickup line.
He's like cold and calculated, but he's also awkward.
A little bit. I saw naturally the exact same. This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest.
And the guitar case was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness?
Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Edgeworth secretly has a thing for some of the women in this series.
Oh yeah, like
I mean, why wouldn't he? I'd genuinely question if he was gay or not if he didn't. Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There was no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked over the flower. I knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one in the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Well, why did you withhold such important information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase just was another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case.
It fell onto the guitar case.
Onto the guitar case? Let me take a look at something.
Oh, guitar case is open.
And yet none of the glass pieces are inside.
Uh-huh. Let's present it.
Okay. Oh, no, wait, that was the right button. I was the one who knocked over the flower vase where it fell onto the guitar.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
And you are sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
Objection!
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection!
No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that she said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. That bright red guitar was found in the studio. It has no bearing to this case at all.
That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Make her testify.
Keep on the defensive.
The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. but it is you.
I can't believe I'm doing this either.
Don't make me get the bird out again. I'll testify the bird again.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using anything to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Damn, I missed Edgeworth.
Sheesh.
He just relies on his words. He doesn't need a frickin' whip.
Yeah, no,
He'll cut you. He'll cut you all the same.
That's true. I'll take him over Francisca any day. Is Francisca really like some people's best waifu?
A lot of people like Francisca.
Guess a lot of people are just really
personally.
dumb.
I'm not really a fan.
No. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. During your testimony now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see.
Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case?
She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Oh, we're getting to her.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me.
So, you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection!
The witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back to on topic.
It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it really empty?
Huh?
I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection!
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials will be half in time if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. These court cases, like, it is seriously like a free-for-all battle royale half the time. They will gang up on people in an instant should you say one wrong thing. Be it Phoenix, Edgeworth, the witness, or the judge.
I've seen gifs of like the judge eating popcorn while objections are flying by him. Because he's just basically just sitting there like, that is a good point. No, it could not have been. Oh, that is right. But no, my client did not kill him. Phoenix has a point.
Oh my god, how great would that be? The judge just brings popcorn to one of the trials.
Yes.
Hold it!
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try.
Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but
She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with.
I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the corridor, waiting to be found. Mia's packing no punches. She's about to... She's like, go for the kill, Phoenix. Do it.
Hit her with a weapon. Mia, we can't hit people in the courtroom.
Do it, Phoenix.
I remember too clear because I was a bit dazed. I mean, there's nothing to really counter that.
Suppose I've opened the guitar case. Can you check the guitar case real quick?
Okay. Suppose I'm gonna open the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. Empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Or only on the top lid.
Bears. Whose Wait a second. Her fingerprints were on the glass of juice. But not on the guitar case.
That's an interesting point. Okay, so that's one possibility. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Could also be here. I mean...
Let's... Yeah, according to the thing, we have none of her fingerprints on the case.
As for why I opened it, even I don't know. Let's see. I must have opened the case after I knocked over the vase. Okay, so it could technically be either one. I think it's more likely to be this one. I opened the case, but you didn't. So let's try this.
Objection!
No music.
There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
Ah!
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I left any you shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time?
Huh?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion.
I've never seen a woman wear dress gloves.
Yeah, those long gloves. Have you seen those?
No, I've only really seen dress gloves on guys.
No, ladies do it, especially when it's like all the way up to your arm. Yeah.
I just remember. You know what? I have seen it before. Never mind. Okay, that makes
Yes.
sense.
Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I can see it now. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Oh, actually. And no.
Yeah, that doesn't help
We
us
have
at all.
no evidence that she was not wearing gloves.
Yeah, we do.
What? Oh,
Wait.
right! The one.
Read that last sentence.
Take that!
Right as I said that, I see the wine glass. I'm like, oh yeah, that had fingerprints on it. I have your proof right here. This wine glass.
I like to imagine that wine glass still has this juice in it. Like they didn't like pour it out, just they're like throwing it around and the juice just sloshing all over the place.
Ugh, damn it all. Bailiff, get the janitor.
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh. She just gets a new pair.
It's like, oh, this happens all the time. There.
Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
Huh? What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just an empty case.
I wonder if it was really, if it really was empty though.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio. Exactly.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case that was not bright red? Oh, bright red guitar.
You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Objection!
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lure us all into his misguided.
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case had some relation to the murder.
Objection!
If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to You don't mean to suggest a bright black guitar?
So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, Wright?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder?
No, that was stolen by old bag.
So, what could have been in that case?
Okay, let's think about it step by step. We got that from Will Powers, so no. We got that from Maya, so no. That's from Pearl, so no. I highly doubt that. Okay, Lotta's camera stolen by old bag, so probably not. I think we got this from Gumshoe, so probably not that. Definitely not that. That's the guitar case itself. The wine glass.
He hiding the guitar case inside the guitar case.
What could be inside that guitar case? A bright green guitar?
No, Your Honor. It was a ukulele.
Was it bright?
I don't know. Yeah, it was really bright.
Good. Shaman Ninja's button was ripped from his costume.
Need a hint?
I'm still thinking. Okay, so the knife. Let's see. Yeah, maybe not. I'm torn between the knife and the button.
No.
Bright gray guitar. Oh, now you guys are just being stupid.
It was bright everything.
Okay, I'd like a hint.
Take a think about it. What did Lotta capture that night?
Now that I think about it, she did capture this. But wait, I thought the camera was stolen by Old Bag.
It was stolen, yes, but she took a picture first before it got stolen.
So, this photo?
Present that photo. She was hiding the costume inside the guitar case.
Oh, that.
So she
okay.
could get out of the room without any suspicion.
Okay, that would make more sense.
Take that!
This is a photograph.
Yes.
Alternately, you could have shown the Nickel Samurai poster as well. Either
okay.
or worked.
Yes.
Yes, but what is important is what's in the picture, Your Honor.
In this picture.
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
What? Edward's like, shit, not this again.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Good job, Phoenix.
Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Objection!
Wait a second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai costume would have been Mr. Matt Engarde's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places?
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts.
You want to see something funny? It will get you a penalty, but it's funny.
Do I want to risk a penalty?
It's just a 1-bar penalty if you want to see something funny.
All right.
Select it was stolen from Engarde.
It was stolen from Engarde. I think it may have been stolen from Mr. Engarde.
Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing?
Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. Engarde would be forced to go naked. Okay,
should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court.
Take it freaking easy, Edgy. Excuse me?
Mr. Matt Engarde did not take his costume off after the award ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct?
Yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he?
That's what I thought. Let's try that one more time, shall we, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was a spare costume.
Mr. Engarde did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one.
What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Try to keep up, Your Honor.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Korda, was the German ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason for bringing such a... What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
Objection!
Well, what are you mumbling to yourself about now?
Edward has had it with Phoenix.
Have you just been rambling on all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel, what the hell, I have to bring evidence for this?
Yes, you had to present evidence. Think this through. Why would the victim have a spare costume?
Wait, I just thought of something. Matt Engarde said he didn't know anything about that press conference.
Yes.
So, Juan Corda was probably going to try and humiliate the Nickel Samurai.
Yes. Seemed like the Nickel Samurai had some sort of post-conference speech.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engarde himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corda himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corda was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Corda, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engarde.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
The Nickel Samurai came to have an announcement.
Juan Corda is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
And everyone's just sitting there like, aren't you talking about yourself? Why are you talking about it yourself in like third person, dude?
He pissed on my fucking career.
He took his
Right.
samurai
He took
nickel.
his fucking
nickel.
shiny fucking steroid-filled dick out, and he pissed on my fucking career, and he said it was this big, and I said that's disgusting.
But if that's the case,
Why is that meme so funny? It's been around
I
for
love
3
it.
years. No, it's still funny, but it's like, how is it still funny?
because it was all improv. That's the best part.
That's true.
That's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews?
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Oh, snap.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You!
One had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. And that's what he thought anyway.
Guy was a little grudge-driven bastard.
They had like such a rivalry, remember that?
Yeesh.
He was going to ruin him? Huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had his hands it looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Oh.
Shit.
What? Oh, crap. That just gave Matt a motive.
Yes.
And do you know what this secret of Matt Engarde's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. Engarde.
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence. Of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. He is like, destroy her, Phoenix! She's just like coming out of like Pearl's body as like a demon. Destroy her!
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling.
Oh, snap.
Uh-oh. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Holy crap. Okay.
Hold it!
Would you say it was your intuition speaking to you?
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They didn't teach us to that in school. At least, not from what I remember.
May I continue now?
Matt had to kill Han no matter what.
Hold it!
So, would you say this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose the event in that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to public's beloved Matt Engarde.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. Engarde himself didn't know anything about the press conference. And are we not, like, questioning it a little bit here that she helped set up the destruction of her client?
Yeah? Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
No. Anyway, the important thing here is this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Gasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright?
But I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
I know what his motive was, but I have no way to prove it.
Has Mr. Engarde done something to hurt you or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Corda with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engarde, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Matt Engarde, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim was with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? Let's see. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
Let's just continue onward. Yeah, we have no proof that Engarde didn't know about the press conference. He puts it perfectly there.
But didn't you already testify earlier that Matt Engarde was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie you could cover, so you could cover for Mr. Engarde?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting things up on setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia.
He's glaring at you, smart guy.
My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife.
Hold it!
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's comma. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
What the fuck are you looking at? Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
This is what you taught me to do! I'm your understudy! Don't give me that look! Don't criticize your own methods!
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt.
Hold it!
And how do you know that?
When the ends of the threads on that button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit perfectly together. Or so I heard.
I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such fine detail?
Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you're not.
And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But what and where?
There is something here to mess with her.
You think? The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. Hang on a sec. Let me, strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. Ripped off the costume.
Yeah, he was strangled, not attacked with a knife. Like, the knife was just after the fact.
Okay.
Because the autopsy said that he was strangled to death.
Let me see that autopsy again. There it is. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife.
If he was strangled, why would the button need to be torn off?
This seems like kind of a stretch. I'll give it a try.
Objection!
Really? Huh. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by scarf.
Strangulation?
The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly, which means it's impossible this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight.
Oh!
That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. The button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body.
Order! Order! What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? Or why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
To frame him. We know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
To pin the crime on Engarde, obviously.
Mm-hmm. I do like to have a memento. Like a souvenir.
Dear God. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engarde. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button on their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engarde was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Edgeworth is...
Mr. Engarde.
What?
No, you said to frame Edgeworth.
Oh, whoops. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engarde is...
Take that!
Adrian Andrews.
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corda's killer.
What?
Order! 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 Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews.
What? How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
Oh, I already know the evidence that counters this. The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engarde, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you.
Then what about the button that was found on Matt's Hakama?
This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body, or the killer. However, if Mr. Engarde was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engarde's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews.
No, I...
Objection!
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engarde. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not?
Please, stop!
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews?
I've
got her this time.
About to break down.
Sheesh. Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. By allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday, in Mr. Engarde's room. Adrian Andrews!
Oh, yes?
Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood?
All right. On karma.
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. What the? So, Francisca probably found out she was a killer too, and she's just like, no, let Phoenix Light suffer.
Yes.
God.
She cares more about destroying Phoenix than actually justice.
I am this close to saying she just deserves to die.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Ran out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corda.
Oh, that's all? That'll be easy.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corda?
Believe this may lead me to incriminate myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I should be guilty of due to my silence.
No! She's taking that defiant attitude again! Mia, what should we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
Yay.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully sustained with solid, definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow?
Oh no.
Crap! We don't have a tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
Huh?
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Oh, snap!
Oh!
We said the magic word to Edgeworth.
We said
It
Maya.
is not.
No,
He's like real
she's
shit.
too precious.
He's like in this we're going on recess. He's like, okay, whatever. Maya's in danger. Real shit. It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right to right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Ah.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there's one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out is in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
I
don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
I think he just doesn't want to see Maya die.
No, I think he's figuring it out. I don't think Gumshoe told him. Or didn't tell him the full details.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. He heard the word Maya. Is like something going on with Phoenix? Your guess is as good as mine, but clearly something has stumped Edgeworth.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
Okay. When I found
the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and I saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so earlier in your testimony?
I didn't think I need to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with the testimony, then there's nothing left.
I know. Edgeworth, what in the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
There's something interesting here.
Oh yeah? I guess I'll find out.
Think it over. We don't have to press any more information. We have everything we need.
Okay, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked in and saw the room in a messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking. You didn't notice the knife in his chest?
You're on the right path. It's not on this one, though.
The thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Okay.
There it is.
Thought
I wasn't sure he was dead.
I wasn't sure he was dead. Really?
He's bleeding out of a knife in his chest.
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body?
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man.
That's, well, you see.
I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews. Your testimony just now. It was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer.
No!
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan.
But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself.
But that's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
Andrews. I wouldn't want to see anyone get convicted of a murder they didn't do, but it's looking pretty damning on your part. You've got one last chance. Use it well.
I refuse to testify.
And you get the chair.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engarde's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last?
There we go. What's wrong, Phoenix?
Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, This is the first time someone hasn't...
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engarde.
Objection!
Edgeworth caught on to what I was thinking too.
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
The absolute real truth. What are you?
Remember, he wants justice now.
No, I know. Okay, like, all things considered, he's doing the right thing. I mean, if Matt gets off, but it turns out Andrews is not the killer, then we've done nothing productive. We've only sentenced another person to the punishment of another innocent person.
Mm-hmm. Of the guilty.
So Edgeworth is in the right here.
Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engarde will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. Remember, she looks up to people.
Yeah, no, I know. But
Von Karma got her trust.
Oh, no!
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly over the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engarde will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believed in those words right now, and is clinging onto them.
Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our guilty. That's my only priority. Phoenix.
But do we send someone else to die to save Maya?
Phoenix, this is a lot like a Von Karma would think.
You're starting to see the, morality in here. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan.
See, the only difference here is that Phoenix himself is pretty convinced that she killed him. Von Karma's knowingly put people away who did nothing.
Mm-hmm. Help! Please! Someone help me!
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
the court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did, and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying right over there. Right?
Calm down. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
We gotta force her to testify.
Yeah, against...
Damn it all! I'm not letting another innocent person take the blame. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. Engarde would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this really how you want this trial to end?
Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. Huh? I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However... Oh,
What is
no.
it? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, no!
What?
Edgeworth knows her secrets.
Oh!
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop!
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah!
That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world.
Please, please stop! I beg you! If people found out... If people find out... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips.
God damn!
No matter what I have to do.
Holy shit! Yo, Edgeworth has turned his sinister energy from the game and flipped it into something chaotically good!
Yeah. One moment, it's a little delayed. There we go. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning the Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai's costume.
Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all this?
It might take this court a while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time.
Last time?
So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engarde for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Wow. But you could tell from the state the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is part of the Jamming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice.
What is this plan you had?
I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
That was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime.
So you were the one who stabbed the victim with the knife.
It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing to do! But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. I used the button somehow. I can make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it on the Engarde combo. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they?
An inconvenience.
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
She's good at that. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's old bag for you.
Had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
Actually, bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
I don't know. Anyway, I thought I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume. Then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francisca, huh?
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I have done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt will be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe her words.
No choice?
I had no choice but to believe her words.
Choose.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Oh
no.
Judge just yeeted out of there real quick.
Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth?
What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day.
The room.
That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body?
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card was any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why...
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
What the hell? Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to! What is this all about?
I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. What is it? That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Oh, fuck off. To be continued. Go fuck yourself. No!
Give me one moment. I have to leave for a second.
All right.
But I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Oops. Okay, we'll, Alright, so we're back at the Wright & Co. law offices. Alright, lads, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast while Zeke is away. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Oh, we got an ice cream from the gamer while I was gone. Thank you. I'll be back, gotta run to the store. Okay. Zeke is still gone. No worries, we can just sit back for a second and... Okay. Time to process some information.
All
okay,
right,
so...
I am back.
And he's back, okay. Then I guess we'll just proceed. Oh, Pearl.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore!
Look, it'll be all right. Everything still may work out.
Huh?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engarde hasn't been given a guilty sentence. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yes, that's right. So...
Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal!
Yes, Gumshoe! Please tell me you're gonna say something good.
Mr. Scruffy Detective!
Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Curl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. I came to talk to you, pal.
Now? Wait, what? You know what? We don't have time for this. But we're kind of busy right now. So what are you going to do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next page day.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday!
I guess that means I'm gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
I could use an accountant.
The spin-off. Dick Gumshoe.
Say what? Wait, what?
Can you imagine the spin-off where you play as Dick Gumshoe as a defense attorney?
Could you imagine? Ace Accounting, Dick Gumshoe.
You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engarde's innocent all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over at people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
It's the noodles, pal. Him and Yoshiki are the same. This is just Yoshiki grown up.
No, but Yoshiki was a good cook, though.
I thought he just used instant noodles cut with hot dog cut.
No, because that game doesn't exist, all right? We've established this. Yoshiki was a good cook. This was confirmed.
Okay.
I refuse to accept Birthday Bash. I refuse. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods?
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we finally got the truth finally.
The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with this whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engarde. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie per se. It just feels like there's more than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
You'll be taking that back soon, I bet. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Please tell me she's dead. Wasn't she shot this morning? She's dead, right?
Mrs. von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
Dead, right? But she's going to be fine, right? Please say no. I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there.
Please just tell me her whipping arm nerve cell is dead, please.
They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Yeah, just like her dad, she was shot in the shoulder.
Which one?
What? Are you gonna visit her, pal?
Phoenix, please don't go. No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you actually got hard, don't you?
No, I just really want to hear the news that the nerve cell in her whipping arm is dead.
She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to trial today.
Oh God, would I have given to see that?
So maybe it would be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
You're not making me feel any more sorry for her. Oh, game. Oh, the game's pushing boundaries right now. Okay.
They kind of get away with it letting an 8-year-old that has no concept of the world say it. She looks so happy about it too.
I know, that's the problem. Let's see if I can do this line.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr.
Okay.
You know, okay, one more thing. Ace Attorney. 50 Shades of Hold It. Okay, that sucks. Let's move on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Now I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic.
Oh no! No, please, not there! The name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Yes, it can! No!
Hottie Clinic. That guy's still injured. He still has a broken leg.
Do I seriously have to go here?
Yes.
Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Gah!
You're here to be patient. Yes.
Pearl, do not leave my side. Where's a rape whistle when you need one? Hi. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm Director Hottie.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie.
Oh,
Director Hottie.
Edgeworth.
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Franziska. How's Franziska von Karma?
Dead, right?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Yes. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes.
Franziska's about to learn the meaning of the word karma.
Yes, and that's the thing. That surgery, it went well.
Please tell me her nerve cell is dead. Please tell me she can't whip anymore.
You have my gratitude.
Really?
Edgeworth thinks this is the real director.
Oh my god. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful. Absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent wasn't good after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret life, she would scream real loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Yes. Boy, I cried like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it.
Gumshoe, can you come look after Pearl for a few hours? I don't want her here. Ugh. Go back to your room.
You're so mean. It's so mean, my frisky friska. But you're gonna. Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hand, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Ah! I knew I shouldn't have come here. Let's get this over with.
I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it is no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time.
All the time?
Huh?
What happens in Germany?
God, I don't know.
I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know.
Regardless, I was tried here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he is simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course to action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made.
Huh? I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Engarde, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such a deal?
You're denying it?
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would be already over.
All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime?
That isn't my problem, whether she has tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Mr. Engarde guilty of murder. The ends justify the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The ends justify the means.
Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what happened, then Engarde will be found guilty.
And what does that have to do with me?
Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed your words until the very end.
That still has nothing to do with me. She is just a weak person. That's all.
But you had to know she was... Ah!
I think visiting hours are about over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why'd she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far.
But she wouldn't have testified about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural.
By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness, that card! Give it to me! Hurry! Do you have any idea what you stupidly, inadvertently done? This! I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
That card. What in the world is it?
You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but a few know of it.
I understand.
Their task is to find the owner of this card. It seems a little over the top. I mean, just put a lost and found request on something. A man named Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that.
Huh? An assassin took Maya? An assassin? Picture card was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder, as Andrews was carrying it. So who is this Shelly the Killer?
The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is a professional name of the third heir to the Killer name.
So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them?
He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
So this assassin killed Juan.
Looks like it.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of his duty to his clients.
His duty?
If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured if it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients.
I see.
The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess that's not... I guess that even honorable assassins can... I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of this card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree?
Shelly the Killer. Huh.
I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a strange manner. Is something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him. Maya. She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way.
Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corda was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Engarde, your own client.
Huh? Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that.
See. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
A The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. As you were looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter.
Received from Edgeworth allows bearer to freely investigate the crime scene.
In any case, I must attend to preparations for Maya's rescue team. We will meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Engarde hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya, please. All I ask is you make it home, safe and sound.
Date unknown. Time unknown. Location unknown.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court.
Damn!
Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around.
This is a bad idea.
Yeah? Well, I mean, she gotta get out of here.
What the?
What is this place?
Bear?
Doggy door? Satellite dish?
I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here.
Satellite dish.
What is this thing? An antenna, I guess. And this is a VCR? Sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before.
It's a huge TV.
That was a big-ass TV.
And where's the power button?
Uh-oh.
Phooey, it's busted.
I thought that was the door for a second.
I would die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is on this thing. Drat, there goes my plan to use it to somehow get out of here.
Let's try the bear.
That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Aw, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it.
Ah.
I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something.
And this? Oh, isn't that the... Miss Andrews' mentor? Yeah, Celeste.
Yeah.
There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue.
What are all these?
It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. So what kind of room is this?
Is that everything?
There's one more thing we need to examine. The door.
Just the door.
Ugh, locked. Of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this will simply not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will.
Oh!
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
Yes?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tale is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Oh, damn, it's already 7 at night.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Nick?
Huh? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engarde. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay!
Blast it all.
All right, time to go to detention center. Good to know Gumshoe's all happy.
Good for him.
Just imagine he's just asleep on the couch in there.
I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the...
You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you.
A message?
It's from Mad Engarde. Ah, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put a lot of food out when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? He named his cat Shoe.
This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Please feed my cat Shoe. Okay. Client's request is requested. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Okay, so I guess I go back to the office. No.
Go to the hotel lobby and you could probably get it from there.
Okay.
All right now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
Oh, god damn it. You shall not pass! Called it.
Miss Oldbag!
Don't devalue my name and turn into a gas, you spiky-haired pettifogger.
Pettifogger.
What? I'm not even... What does that mean?
Let's look that up real quick. I want to know.
You spiky-haired pettifogger!
An inferior legal practitioner. Especially one who deals with petty cases or employs dubious practices.
Okay. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again! Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable! Edgy Poo's heart! It's all your fault! You've awakened the beast! Ah!
Nick, Mr. Nick, I'm scared! Ah! Miss Oldbag!
Keep your hands off me! This helmet is alright. No air's getting in No air's getting in and no air gets out! Oh, this helmet is airtight. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions? You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by! Pearl, can you find a broom real fast? I'm not hearing this.
Go to,
What do you
let's
think?
go to Engarde's, place real quick.
Ah. Living room. Engarde mansion. Engarde mansion? Oh, alright.
Yeah, he's a movie star.
Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on the light.
What the fuck? Who has a friggin' motorcycle hanging from the ceiling? I could get a bike, but a motorcycle? Fuck off! Fuck off with that!
It's like a Hard Rock Cafe inside your living room.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks... hang on a second. I see that over there. That little door. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Neck, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo!
Huh. So I guess this is Shoo.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo.
The cat seems to like pearls.
Pardon me. Something weird's afoot. May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Engarde's lawyer.
The Masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. Phoenix, you better get some red flags right now. The cat clearly has someone to feed it. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engarde, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
Wait a minute. Okay, well this actually backs up what Edgeworth was saying. Someone's trying to frame Matt for murder, and they want Phoenix to find him acquitted.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using Maya as a hostage.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. But that only makes Engarde more suspicious. And anything else?
Especially, it is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak on the master or his affairs.
How typical butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak on himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Engarde the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master's rather fancies Shoe.
He made a donation into catgirl research for whatever reason.
Shoe is the missing link between the humans and the cat hybrid.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cats.
Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Very well.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law.
But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow!
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Engarde's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoe?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep noisy people like me out of I guess that's to keep noisy people like me from entering. They have no idea where Maya is.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Day Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know what to do.
LinkToon? He's saying plot twist, Shu was the murderer. What did I say about spoilers?
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. How about here?
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit the Fey Manor. You should come and visit Fey Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
That'd be kind of cool to see.
Yeah. Definitely need a vacation after this case.
A very comfortable and spacious lounge. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ah, what is it with me and feeling inferior today? Oh. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
Alright, it's time to go to the hotel lobby.
Oh, come on! Maya's right there! Damn it all!
And present that letter of introduction.
Oh, I can't move past her unless I do this?
Yes.
Wow. What happens if you just try to move?
You won't go
Oh, wow,
be able to
you
go in
can't.
there.
Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth? Miss Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? What do you want me to look at? This worthless piece of...
This old hag is gonna give me a migraine.
She loves her Edgeworth or her
I-
edgy poo.
I cringe. Edgy poo. Ugh. Is that her perfume? Parfumole d'amour, I smell.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation?
Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Huh. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has a strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
Pearl, if you start fantasizing anything, you are going to time out. You hear me? That may be, but you know nothing is going to come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Neck. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
When you get to my age, Pearls, you'll understand why that sounds stupid. Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
Good! Ah! What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engarde's room today.
Why?
The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there! Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldberg! Pearl, can you get a spray bottle? Simple water will do. Ah, okay.
All right, so we're going to make our way to the hallway.
Okay. Looks like we're the only ones here. And there's still all this food. Dear God, like seriously, either eat it or throw it away before it smells.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Hallway. How the hell are you in here?
Hey, city boy!
Lotta, you're still here?
Wrecking course! An investigation photographer eats or stars in their ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? This hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But, do you have a camera?
Right given! Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? Some hang around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? What do I do?
Yeah, we have to talk to her. There's 3 topics. After we talk to her, she leaves.
Good. I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You're really going to shell out out the bucks to get the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kind of, but
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night.
Of course.
So, about the note that was inside your camera case?
Oh, that ditty I wrote.
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about Engarde showing his manager lady into Kodora? Or shoving his manager?
Onto Ghidorah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Whatever came to mind.
Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. I need to scream real fast. Lord, I hate you!
Is it good to have that out?
Hmm?
Is it good to get that out?
No, I still feel the same amount angry.
Oh.
Whatever came to mind.
Yep, she just bullshit the whole thing. Ugh.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random doodler. Hey, what's with you, pal? What's with you? Why you starting to look at me like my grandpa used to?
Well, here's a hint. Your grandpa, when he was looking at you, he was looking with shame.
Shame? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, aren't you? Ain't you? So put it in a few good words for me and get my camera back.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back.
You used that camera to write a slanderous article. All right, fuck off, get your own camera.
You lost your camera privileges.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourselves together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Not as a
Okay.
witness, she's watching.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, little nun. Keep up the good work, okay?
Little one.
Little one.
That takes me back. That, do you know that book where, like, that plane full of boys, like, crash lands in the ocean, they get trapped on an island?
It's like Island Fries or Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies, that's it, I think. Was it?
I think Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies, thank you. Yeah. That's the first time I heard the term little uns.
Nice.
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
Why should I take advice from someone who doesn't follow their own? Okay.
If you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it back.
Will you please just leave already? Thank you.
All right, now we
Phoenix.
move to Cordora's hotel room. This looks familiar.
Mr. Nick!
What is it? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts! Ah!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Why can't everybody I hate just go away? Excuse me? What's who you're calling a demon brat?
Ah!
Zoinks! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, old bag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you young'uns today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor horn. and you're disturbing me!
We gotta talk to Old Bag.
Fine. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial! I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note! She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face! Please, can we just get the two of them into a room and just have a fucking cockfight as they just tear each other apart? Please? That would make it so worth it.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak! If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that!
Oh, all right.
Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Let's see. 5 ice creams from Wolfo again. Thanks, Wolfo, but I gotta get through this dialogue, so I gotta mute those. Oh, and 7 lemons. I appreciate it, dude. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. Engarde. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look! Just look at this mountain of presents! It shows the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
I barely see a thing. That one was bad.
Can you not torment me for one stream? Give me a fucking break, Zeke! I've had to deal with Lana! I've had to deal with Old Bag! And now I have to deal with you! And I had to deal with Hottie and Francisca! Give me a fucking break!
Never! I think I killed him, guys.
Beep.
You died, didn't you? Solo stream time, says LinkToon. Oh my gosh. You're gonna be okay?
Oh, now you care.
Yeah, I've always cared.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You can't tell me I haven't cared.
I'm pretty sure I can. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick,
Hmm? What is it, Pearls?
the presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know why my dear Juan was training? Or when my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear.
What the hell?
What? What kind of bear? He refused to give it in and let the bear win. Or he refused to give in and let the bear win. But after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can't I can see those two tucking out. Down by a river going, hey, you sure can put up a fight. Or, hey, you can sure fight. You too, buddy, you too.
I would read that dolphin, but I don't want to kill Siejax.
Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. At least they're cute in plush form. Mm-hmm. Whoa, what is that line? Oh, okay.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
Now I've got to deal with a clock that tells puns.
This was a grisly scene of murder, pal.
I'm done. Do the stream yourself. Do it yourself. Fuck you.
We did it. Oh, I'm having way too much fun. He should have realized by now not to react. It was the clock, dude. You okay? Are you okay?
Shut up. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m.? That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh no. The transceiver! Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone.
Maya, how's Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you?
It seems we're not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it seemed my present did you no good.
No! Mystic Fire! Mystic Fire!
One more day, please! All I ask is for one more day! I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please!
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
All right. Then a little...
What is with all this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello?
It seems bad. Connection.
Damn it! Did the transceiver suddenly just break?
Excuse me.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Mystic Fire! Mystic Fire!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better.
All right, time to go to Wright & Co. We know someone who knows about this stuff.
We do?
Yeah?
No way.
We have to wake up Gumshoe.
All right, bastard. Time to earn your pay.
What pay? He got fired.
Good point.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice. Thanks.
Rich man's luxury full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat.
Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped up something. And here I thought he had already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. This is one way I know how I can be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about.
Present him the transceiver.
Ah.
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh, yeah. This thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference?
Now, we talked to him about that.
So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. The stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference to interference to the transceiver happened. There's gotta be something there that sends out a very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something.
Oh.
Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Corda's room. The scene of the murder.
What? That's it! I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get the bug sweeper. I'll meet you in the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Wait, Gumshoe!
Oh yeah, baby! It's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! Yeah!
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
All right, let's go.
Let's see what's going on. We're sweeping for some bugs. Hope we don't find a cockroach. Hey, you're finally here, pal!
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have, the bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
But hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one. Just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It looks like a little broken. It looks a little broken.
Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, great. Oh? By who?
Yeah, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Ah. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
Well, if you put any of his head into it, it's not going to work for certain.
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all the way, all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or something, some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right. Now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that gives off a lot of radio waves, press space to lock onto it. A lot of things there's a lot of things here that are going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look anywhere and everywhere that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
Ah. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first, before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons. Especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part to Gumshoe.
So is there a listening device in there?
No. And I really thought it had to be in the phone, too.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls?
Alright, go ahead and slide to the slide.
Nothing else? This is a TV. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. You never know with these people.
Looks like the TV was left on, and now it's showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
Better to start young.
Yeah, true.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. Wait, what? Oh, light. Why not? Lamp. Check. Listening device? Nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Hotel's problem, not mine. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. Okay.
Let's check that big boy over there.
There doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves there, Mr. Nick. Keep a careful eye on the bug sweeper and try again.
Sweeper isn't exactly the best. Well, make do with what you have, right? Oh, wow, okay. Just needed an extra pixel up.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But this bear's eye is...
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't! Such a violent act!
Oof!
No!
Aw, snap.
Well, damn. That's...
It's a miniature camera. It looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
A what emitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal.
Did I tell you I once found a website that sold like a bunch of like spy camera type stuff?
Really?
Oh yeah, it was
That's pretty cool.
it was like glasses with cameras, pens with cameras. It was super cool.
That's super cool. I wouldn't know what I would do with them, but that's still pretty cool.
Well, like the most I would do is probably just protect my house or something.
Mm-hmm. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used for security systems.
So it's a video camera?
It runs on battery, which comes with it in a set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is the tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves, and then it's sent to that recorder.
So, it's sort of like TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you're right.
Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. It's running at time of murder.
Interesting.
Oh. If we can find that footage.
Just watches the Blue Badger again, for whatever reason.
Good, finally a reason to put that little thing in hell. So, what is a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape!
What?
If you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
Holy crap. Transmitter added to the court record.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Corda this present?
I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there got the video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out?
I got it!
What?
Hey, pal! Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm gonna go around to see I'm going to go around to electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible! I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I had to search all night, I'll find your man, pal.
Okay, spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby! It's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah,
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man.
it usually depends on the day of the week.
He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
Uh-oh.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient way, right?
Ah! Oh!
You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now.
Edgeworth! What are you doing here?
A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic. We have to move forward, one step at a time.
I see. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right?
Huh?
Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here.
What?
The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can he really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so.
It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do.
Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth.
He took a bear that's probably like twice his size. He's like, don't question what I'm doing with this bear, right? I will be back. See you soon, right?
Wait!
What?
Why are you doing this?
I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But beside that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corda?
The real killer.
Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews?
To be honest, I don't know anymore.
You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth.
Juan Corda's real killer is Andrew's past. Kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engarde. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth.
Continued.
Okay, let's get this investigation done. All right, let's see.
All right, this is a long one, but I think we could take care of it pretty quickly. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel. Corda's hotel room.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a guilty verdict, and if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
All right, talk to Pearls.
So the real person who killed Mr. Corda was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Mr. Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who? Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Matt Engarde himself?
If Mr. Engarde really did hire the assassin...
Then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Engarde, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. Engarde, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corda?
All right, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corda, okay?
I didn't see any Cyclops at the time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls?
Juan had bet everything on that Jammin' Ninjas this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engarde's secret. What is the secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Korda was going to reveal his secret. That means Mr. Engarde had plenty motive to have Mr. Korda silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engarde. There's no way around it.
All right.
Well, good luck with that.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Korda held about Mr. Engarde. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. Those are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry.
You had to deal with her.
Just give me a sec.
Oh, okay.
How long does it normally take for someone to suffocate?
She's not going to suffocate. Unfortunately.
Do you think if I just give it a little more time?
No.
Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made?
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. The request came from Edgypoo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger to that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you!
Ugh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are!
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of those prisons.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was. You know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, well, you know that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan?
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Korda.
I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl! The nerve of some people! Spying on people by herself, as if I would want to see it for myself, too!
As if I wouldn't.
She's mad at her keeping it to herself and not sharing it.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good!
I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan has. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Pax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Huh? Married? You mean to Mr. Corda?
Really? You young kids don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
Wow. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... All right, turn off the damn happy music! Seriously, what the hell, game?
Why would Miss Pax want to kill herself? She was going to get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
Music stopped.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? All my fantasizing is crumbling before my eyes.
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
That night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager, Celeste, killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Well, Jesus.
All right, time to go to the criminal affair department.
On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down.
That guy's still doing training. Still haven't got 100%.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened.
You're Mr. Engarde's lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, we finally found the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness.
A decisive witness? You mean for the Engarde case?
We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth.
What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know the person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demands and now this, I can't see any way to win here.
Oh yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something.
He did?
Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission. So there you go.
What?
I've already called them so they know. Go on. Go talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag.
All right, detention center. You have a choice. So let's talk to Matt and Engarde first.
Very well. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means both Mr. Engarde and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now, whose story do I want to hear? Oh, damn.
Let's hear Engarde first.
Very well.
Dude, it's Mr. Wright! Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you.
I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Cordo was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engarde.
What's wrong?
Mr. Engarde, there's something I must know with 100% certainty.
You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. What's your secret, Matt?
About the press conference.
You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai?
Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews.
It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please. Oh, bloody Heisenberg.
Damn!
I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops.
The most we've seen yet. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? This is the final, kind of like the final boss of the Cyclops.
Did you know about Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' relationship?
Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. Oh, but I don't know any of the details. If that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life.
Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corda. Her mentor was Mr. Corda's manager. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him.
Blessed.
Does that jog any memories?
Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what is a pizza? Is it a kind of peas, like green peas?
Alright, this child has been abused long enough. Nick, when we win tomorrow, we're going to the pizza shop! And
Pizza
I want to hear
party!
no objections! This child has been... What's the word?
On this earth for 8 years without pizza.
Well, there's a shorter word. I'm like... Deprived, that's
Deprived.
it. This child has been deprived of pizza! One of the most glorious things about this planet! We cannot let this injustice go on, Mr. Phoenix writes! All of a sudden, I could really go for a Domino's right now.
I know, right?
Let's go eat one later, okay? But I had Domino's for like a solid 2 weeks in a row, given like certain circumstances.
I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop.
That's too bad.
Well, how about we get our minds off the topic and talk about something else, okay? Pizza Hut fairy dust time.
No, I will never order Pizza Hut ever again.
They didn't get you the fairy dust, huh?
No, they just made my stomach upset.
Oh no.
Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way?
Alright, time to leave. Go anywhere and then come back to the detention center.
Okay.
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there. He's out there with that camera asking around all the electronics stores.
Then I'll make him some salad for... Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
Aww.
It looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
Yes?
Where's the lettuce?
I don't think I ever bought lettuce before.
Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Charlie, can you take one for the team this time?
Oh my god, no, we're not feeding Charlie to Detective Gumshoe.
You want Pearls to cry?
I don't want to lose Charlie.
Take your pick. It's either Pearl cries or Charlie loses a few pounds.
We're not feeding Charlie.
Charlie, just take one for the team, all right? Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Does he
All
even
right,
have,
move
like,
back
a
to the
fridge?
detention center. I don't... He probably has one. They have a TV in the place. All right, let's talk to Adrian Andrews. Oh, it's you.
I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Me? I thought your client was Matt's.
I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can be clueless about this secret Mr. Corda on Mr. Engarde, or had on Mr. Engarde. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engarde, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean.
You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival?
That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
About Miss Celeste and Pax.
I finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumors that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it.
What? You wanted to burn it? But why?
I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid.
Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engarde?
That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right?
Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did.
Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Only one, huh?
Mhm.
Psychlock, huh?
Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge.
All right, go back to criminal affairs. We have an old buddy to meet up with.
Oh, yeah? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Will! Mr. Powers!
what happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
He what?
Didn't see anything, though. What? Why?
I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh.
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Oh, poor Powers.
Poor man.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
Oh, no, not move. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said.
Why do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
Or who do you think?
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
Oh, Will's your friend.
I mean, is he though? Like,
I
we
mean,
were
he-
his lawyer one time.
That's true. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we don't have a lot of friends.
Yeah. We have Larry, but we don't like to talk about him. We got Maya, but she just keeps raiding my refrigerator. And we got Pearls, who... Yeah, I have no friends.
This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing, like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, "It's just a game," to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
That's the celebrity world for you, Pearl.
Ow! Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
Only one person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
Oh yeah, he had a crush on Andrews for a little bit.
A little bit. I think it's still ongoing.
Maybe.
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip.
I ship him. Why not?
Huge man,
like-
small girl.
Yeah, that's yeah.
You know what? I can get into it.
Yeah, okay, we finally found something.
We found common ground. Big dudes protecting small girls.
And the small girl will probably kick his ass too, you know?
Well, I'm not gonna say she's gonna kick his ass, but she's definitely got a move or two.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely.
Couples in a fighting ring. Who wins? Now there is an opportunity for an interesting show. Anywho.
I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey! Did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Pax?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. but there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Corda?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
Oh. A truly insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Corda by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Engarde and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. The Steel Samurai theme! My phone!
Mr. Nick, your phone!
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
Yeah, I know. Hello?
We're in trouble now, pal! I'll be back at the office real soon!
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened!
Please tell me you did not accidentally commit vandalism. What?
Mr. Edgeworth, he...
Edgeworth?
Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal! I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end,
Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to get back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back!
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together!
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow, I doubt that.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll move to the office in the meantime. Oh, yikes. Wright and Co. law offices. I think I'll try using the bathroom one more time real fast. Before we go any further.
Alright, I am back.
Alright, I miss anything?
I just got back. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
This quickly? Well, this is damn good news.
And this bear's what gave them away, pal.
The bear.
I figured it out, pal. I figured out what we should have been looking into the bear. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured...
Shh, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to the crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Matt Engarde.
Ah, fuck.
Huh?
Matt Engarde. Your client. That's who, pal.
Here I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Alright, talk to the gumshoe.
Are you sure you heard right? The person who bought this bear was...
Heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact match the price of that stuffed bear.
A receipt? That's all you have?
No, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engarde. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engarde's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure that the person that bought that stuffed bear was Mr. Engarde himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. Receipt for $3,800. Proof Engarde bought a stuffed bear identical to the one in evidence.
Oh no.
So what about the spy camera we found?
Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refilled into court records. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corda's room was Matt Engarde.
Why? Why would Mr. Engarde do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda's in that one of their rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him? Mr. Engarde, I mean?
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Engarde, what in the world have you done?
All right, time to go to the detention center. You're working really late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk.
Okay.
All right, present it.
Oh.
Take that!
5 locks.
Dear God.
Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corda had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright. I can keep saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. Here we go.
Take that!
Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corda's room the night of the murder.
Secretly film? What?
And then sent the images. The camera took with this transmitter.
Wow. But dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden?
Take that!
The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
Boom. Humph. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
Hmm? You sure, dude? Who else could it have been from?
The person who gave the bear to Mr. Corda was... Mr. Engarde, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude.
Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
Oh, Phoenix is being sassy now. He is so sick of this shit. What else did the bear tell you?
He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engarde.
I don't know how you work in court. I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear.
Take that!
I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engarde. It was from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could have been a toothbrush I bought that one time.
A $3,800 toothbrush?
It's ivory. It's got elephant hair for bristles.
God, that's disgusting. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing?
Yes.
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay?
No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set up the camera yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Cordo's room and filmed it in secret is... I have a feeling it has something to do with Celeste.
No, Celeste is dead.
Well, yeah, but...
You're on the right page. Right idea.
Oh, Adrian, that would also make sense.
Trying to figure out what they're up to. Adrian Andrews?
There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Miss Corda were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Corda. You were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right?
Dude, you could be such a moron.
Huh?
Oh man, Mr. Lawyer Dude. That kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy.
The good stuff? Juicy?
Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude.
Too bad that wasn't your intention.
What are you talking about?
I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. There's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Corda's room was... I don't feel like it. Just tell me.
Go back to the evidence. Present the picture card.
Which one?
It's just called the picture card.
Ah,
That.
okay.
Take that!
What is this card?
Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. That man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know him, don't you?
Shelly, the killer. That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now.
Oh, look at that red bar.
Jesus. Mr. Matt Engarde. I know why you know Mr. the Killer.
You're his client.
Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engarde.
Did you hear the sigh?
No.
Hello?
Yes?
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, cool. I'll try it again. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway.
Mr. Engarde, you really did hire?
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay?
Consult myself?
Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway.
About time for what?
I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude.
Huh? What the hell?
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engarde.
Whoa.
Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have.
Do you really? So you are Shelly the Killer's client?
You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? The guard's just like, I'm not hearing anything.
You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the word of another. Just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Miss Andrews' secret?
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins.
What?
Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deeds over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up and I can! Good enough an answer for you, little girl?
It makes no sense.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corida?
Because he was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corida had been able to give it, then Mr. Engarde's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Corida ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used. Used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt Engarde. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corida. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room.
You killed Mr. Corida!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word. Or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel!
So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this!
That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya, what am I supposed to do?
And now you finally found it. Oh, the starting line of this case.
Edgeworth.
I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you gonna do? If you plan on changing your strategy.
No! We can't do that!
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage.
What should I do?
That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law, so I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn.
My turn?
What is this thing called? A lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own.
I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Man, Engarde. That man is really... Ugh!
It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system?
Proper defense. What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery?
Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now?
Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Engarde an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do!
Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong.
Huh?
We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. And that's all you can do.
People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty.
Francisca. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all.
And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty!
I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken.
What do you...
Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now?
The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver!
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time.
Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engarde's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself!
I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am.
Yeah.
This is what I like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my client for my handiwork. That is what I call client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty?
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. And to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before. However,
You did, but...
my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I've already finished what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain,
Maya!
it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap.
No!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Oh! Oh! Edgeworth, call your boys!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth!
Hmm?
Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission.
Huh? Oh, that's... It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat. Can it?
What is it?
I know where Shelly the Killer's holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for Engarde Mansion immediately.
All right. You hurry over as well, then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah!
Let's move out.
I think we can get there from the hotel lobby.
Yep.
There it is.
Move to the living room.
Where are you, you son of a bitch? Maya!
Please answer us! Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he is still in the area.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer.
He and Engarde were working together all this time. I'm sure they worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Come on, right here. Phoenix, bust in the fucking door.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet this is for the cat to use. Yeah, guys.
Oh,
The bear.
the bear.
Oh, it's a figure of a bear. But there's a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear shaped figurine that's covered with many cuts. A bear. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corda? Why would something like this be here?
Right. Look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door?
Oof. This door. It's locked.
You two men, get together and break it down! Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth! Ah! There's no one here!
From the looks of this room, I would say it's Engarde's private lounge. Look at this, Wright.
An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals. And a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistaking that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it.
Damn it all. We're finding Maya.
Move to the wine cellar.
What? There's a wine cellar?
Yeah, that's where Maya was.
I would die happy if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
Yeah, that's what she'd say. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember. Are all of them, like, synchronized with Maya?
I don't think so.
I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engarde taped all of his own shows.
What an egomaniac.
It's a VCR and antenna. Footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime. It's beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
All right, let's go to the wine cellar.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah! Please, God. Damn it! We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away.
I'm sorry. Looks like he slept out of our grasp this time.
And now, we've lost our only lead.
Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar.
Yeah, you're right.
We're close. I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us.
Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean...
Yeah. Mr. Corda's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Engarde's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls?
Please, let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get Engarde a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Hurley, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
She's just willing to die?
Yeah.
No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare?
Oh, nothing.
We've searched the house. This is the last room. It looks like he eluded us.
Edgeworth.
Yes.
As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing.
And what is that?
Her psych lock.
That one lock remaining.
That one thing. Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth.
I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock.
March 22nd, detention center, visitor's room. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock.
Psych lock?
I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret.
Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me, if you can.
Agatama, don't fail me now.
Take that!
Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engarde for the murder?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engarde. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Should I present the profile or the picture, I wonder?
The profile.
Take that!
Celeste.
There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engarde, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide.
Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Now the photo.
Take that!
With love.
This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct?
Good old-fashioned love triangle.
She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engarde's mansion.
And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan.
Yes, but I heard that didn't work out.
Because Mr. Corda didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Engarde? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then. I often saw the two of them together.
So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple. Oh, sorry.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened. So Matt was such a petty little bastard that he couldn't even let his rival have a woman he moved on from.
Yes.
Not even moved on from, just tossed aside.
Mm-hmm.
But then why did Mr. Corda have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Mr. Impax, or poor Miss Impax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. And so that she could never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge. There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the content of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
And that was at the press conference after the stage show.
I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide notes. And that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, or with what I now know.
This took a turn, huh?
I am not ready for this trial. And I don't think I'm gonna be ready even next week.
This might be a good time to say I think Thursday will probably work better for me for next week. So everyone can look forward to that. It'll be soon, one day sooner.
All right. Yeah. We'll see you guys then. Until then, you guys have yourselves a good weekend and week.
All right, see you guys. Till next time.